Okay, hello everyone, and welcome back, or if you're new, welcome to my stream. Today I am back with Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild Master Mode. And it always catches me off guard how dead silent this game is when you're not like actively in it. This menu, there's sound effects when you select stuff, but there's no music or anything on this menu, and it always makes me think the audio's screwing up when it's just not. I don't know if I'll ever get used to that, but I mean, I'm probably going to be doing this game for a little while, so got plenty of time to get used to it. Anyway, I hope everybody's doing well, and yeah, let's get into this. Might have to readjust the avatar's position again, here or there. Also, apologies for those black borders on the sides of the screen. I don't know. I don't even know if you can see that, but it's bothering me to no end. No. I don't know if you wait. I guess I'll see because I don't know if I'll keep it up, but I have the stream open, like the Twitch stream open on my other monitor. Okay, it doesn't look like anything happened. So it might have just been on my end. Yeah, so those borders on the sides are still there, even on Twitch. I don't know why that started happening. I don't remember doing that the other day. I only just started noticing that yesterday. Maybe it's always been like that and I'm just overthinking it. I don't know. I feel like if it was already like that, I would have noticed, you know? But yeah. Apologies for not having, what's it called? I swear I know the name. PNG tuber up right away. I'll be completely honest with you, I forgot. Well, no, it's not that I forgot. It's that I didn't have it open. Basically, my cat started meowing at me, and I had to go, like, give her some food right as I was starting up stream. So the stuff that I normally do while pre-stream is up. Yeah, I forgot. The stuff that I normally do while the pre-stream screen is up got delayed. So I just straight up forgot, like, what I was doing. Okay. Since Link is always on center screen, I think that having the avatar there is pretty good. Keeps it out of my way. Because I don't think there's anything that could feasibly be in that part of the screen that would hinder my gameplay. Anyway, I'm back here because I need a torch, and for whatever reason, there wasn't one in the spot that normally is. Now the question is, where is there a torch? Thankfully, we should be past all the frivolous tutorials at this point, so I will hopefully be okay. Maybe I'm thinking of Tears of the Kingdom, but I swear I remember being able to pick up this rock, and there's a Korok here. Maybe they put a Korok there in Tears of the Kingdom because everybody expected there to be one there here, and it's not. How you doing, Artie? What the fuck? RT. How are you doing, RT? Like, I became like Peter Griffin for a second there. How you doing, Artie? I can't do a good... Occasionally I can do like a passable Stewie voice, but I can't do his accent for sure. Yeah, I can't. I can't do a Peter voice. I mean, maybe I could if I like really tried to, but also I just kind of don't feel like it. Brain conductor. Ow. Now I can't even remember how I did the voice to try to replicate it. Whoa. I am not wasting. There we go. Wait. Oh. Okay, I'm gonna switch off of the, I'm gonna switch off of the stream playback on my browser because it was really just getting distracting. Especially since I do have, like, a slight delay between the actual, between my actual gameplay and the stream playback, so it just... I have a slight delay between my... like, my actual playing the game and the playback on Twitch, so I'll look at the wrong thing and just get completely turned around. Let's see. Okay, you're talking about the all aboard. Let's see if I can do it. All aboard Grand Central Station! I don't know. Kind of nasally. I mean, I could do nasally somewhat. Like I said, I could do a... I'd like to think I could do a passable Stewie Griffin voice. But I cannot replicate that accent for anything. I don't know how Seth MacFarlane does it. Are these keys gonna... Yeah, they are. You know what I have to wonder? Did I 100% this game? I have never 100%ed this game. I have never 100%ed this game, and I'm gonna be completely straight with you, I have no plan to. I've gotten all the shrines, I've gotten all the, you know, heart pieces, I've gotten all the hearts, I've gotten all the shrines, I've gotten all the, stuff. I did the DLC. Well, I did the first DLC. Or not the first DLC, the second DLC. The Master Sword, the first DLC was the Master Sword Trials, and I've done I've never finished that, because that is basically just Eventide Island, but just even harder. And on Master Mode, I've never attempted it on Master Mode. Let me put it that way. I've heard that on Master Mode, that is next to impossible. So, like, I'm not even gonna try. But, I have done both DLCs. Or I have done the second DLC a number of times, and I will probably be doing that for this before I beat the game. But, like, I've never gotten all the Korok seeds. I've never, you know, done all that. And like I said, I have no plans to. During this playthrough, I'll get Korok seeds if they, like, come across my path. Or whatever. But, like, I have zero intention to go out of my way for every single. There's literally not even a point to getting all of them, actually. Because, like, you only, like, you know, you get, you use the Korok seeds to get the, inventory upgrades. And there's 900 Korok seeds. 900 of those fucking things. And I think that the amount that you need to max out your inventory is, like, 400 something, around half. After that, it is literally pointless. The only thing you get for getting them all after that point is the golden turd at the end. Like I said, I've never gotten it, but I've seen it, and yeah, like, I love this game, but no, I don't love it that much. What is the point of this? Like, was there a chest on that platform or anything? Like, this doesn't lead anywhere. I guess you could climb this flagpole and, like, glide down onto that, but, like, it doesn't lead anywhere, so what is the point of that platform? Yeah. I'm not kidding, look it up. I think it's implied that that's, like... I think it's actually implied that that is exactly what that is, too. Like, it's, like, it's literally a golden turd. Okay. I forgot the description said it smells bad. But yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Like, that is it is very much heavily implied that that's exactly what it is. It's a golden turd. And and for anybody who's watching, here's the warm doublet if you didn't get it during the tutorial. I got it during the tutorial, so I'm not going to get it here, but you can get it there if you missed it before. There's like a weird side quest involving this place in Tears of the Kingdom that I never did. Maybe one day I'll stream that game and I'll actually do that side quest. Oh, also the side quests. I never finished the side quests in this. I completely forgot about that. The side quests actually are a very easy thing to forget, whether or not you've done them. But yeah, I don't think I've ever done all the side quests in this game because, frankly, for the most part, the rewards aren't really worth it, and I just really don't care. Maybe... I can't remember, does Pora give you a torch? There really should be a torch right next to the thing, but there isn't. Where do you get it? I can't remember. Oh, right, I got the night outfit and then completely got to actually... Or the soldier's outfit. Same difference. You know, I'm not gonna lie. I've always had a soft spot for the soldier outfit, even if it's not like the best or anything. No worries. I appreciate you popping in. But yeah, like, the soldier outfit definitely isn't the best because it, like... I mean, it gives you good protection, especially this early in the game. But, like... It's one of the only full sets in the whole game that doesn't give you any kind of bonus for wearing the whole thing, even after upgrading it a couple times. It's actually kind of unique in that way, ironically. Like, its lack of anything special makes it special. Which isn't actually, now that I think about it, isn't that the entire point of the movie Encanto? I don't know, to this day I still haven't seen it. But, yeah. I've just always liked the design, and it's just a... Like I said, especially for this early in the game, it's just a very solid piece of equipment. Well, a very solid set of equipment. Nice, you know, defense for early in the game, and even if it doesn't have anything special, it still has that it still has the defense. The placement of my avatar is really bothering me. I think that's covering up the weather thing, but I think I'll... If I ever really need it, I can just turn it off and back on again. Look. Wait, did she say check it? Check it! I feel like she could have also said Linky. I don't remember. Nope, still don't remember. Obviously I prefer how she looks in Tears of the Kingdom, but like even in this game I just love Pura. She's so like sassy. Yeah, okay, here's a torch. Alright. I'm really glad that they give us, even if they're not super useful, I'm really glad that they give us this, thing here. These, like, lampposts, I guess, to put the fire in. Just in case, like, you know, just in case it starts raining while you're doing this or something. So you can kind of have, like, you know, organic checkpoints. I'm a sucker. I am a sucker for particle effects in games, and like I've always loved how you see like the embers flying around in like the direction the wind is blowing and stuff. It's a very small detail, but I love it. It is so easy to not like. It is so easy to forget to just to like not try to dash everywhere, because dashing puts the torch away and puts the fire out. So if you started doing it halfway between one lamppost and the next, you basically just have to run back and relight it. And if for whatever reason you prefer to do this without lighting any of the lampposts, which is hardly a challenge, but whatever. Like you'd have to go all the way back to the start if you do that. It's really a test of patience. Even more of a test of patience than trying to lure one of the freaking kitchen spirits in the new Spirit City DLC. Like, seriously, I did get them all, but, like, at a certain point, I am convinced they took, like, 50 minutes plus each to show up. And I know that that's not exactly a very active game. You're meant to have it on in the background while you do other stuff, but still. Hmm. This unlocks the camera and amiibo runes. Hmm. Oh, hey, it's this stuff. Not gonna lie, I kind of forgot about that. No, wait, the amiibo one was already available, wasn't it? I'm done. Camera? I literally just straight up didn't press the right button before. There we go. Locked mementos. Robbie's research unlocks here? Damn. Oh yeah, and slated for upgrades. The upgrades, honestly, aren't super useful in my opinion. Like the one for the the upgrade for stasis, for example. It makes it so you can stop enemies as well, but it only works for like maybe a second. So it's not a whole lot of time to do really anything. Like it's short enough to make you wonder what the fuck the point even was. At which point the answer is there probably wasn't one. Oh, you can also talk to her assistant for the called like he'll give you a demonstration, or like he'll give you a tutorial for using the camera to like take pictures and add to your like, you know, data log or whatever. But I don't, well, like I don't really care about that. The most important thing is that he'll, oh, looks like there should be a Korok thing. I don't see it. Anyway, he gives you a tutorial for like taking pictures of stuff in the environment and being able to add it to your compendium so you can like search for it. This being a prime example. I actually do want to collect those because I'm going to want those later. But like literally for the most part, unless there's like a specific thing that you want to be able to have your thing actively searching for at any given time, your best bet literally is to just save up money and then go to that guy and then just pay him for all the pictures and fill out your compendium that way. It's a lot faster and a lot easier and a lot better if you are like me and aren't playing Pokemon Snap. So yeah. Like, I didn't pick up this game to take pictures of shit. I'm sure there's some people that's their favorite part of the game. Not me. Alright. Okay, so what I want to do first... Let me go back to this tower over here. No, wait, this is the useless tower. I remember that. What I want to do first is go to... I want to do enough shrines to be able to get the Master Sword before even attempting any Divine Beasts. Because... Wait, where am I? Oh, this is... Oh, no, wait. Yeah, this was where I meant to go. Never mind. I'm dumb. Because this is Master Mode, and... Obviously, the Master Sword is not required for the Divine Beast in Master Mode, but, like, it kind of may as well be. So, yeah. Again, it has been a while, so I don't remember where all the shrines are in this game off the top of my head. I know where, like, a few of the more tedious... Or not tedious, but, like, a few of the more annoying ones to unlock are. I don't... But, like, just any given one beyond those, I'm not sure. Specifically, I remember where the Blood Moon one is. I'm gonna die. Yep. That took a weirdly long time to, like, load back up. Alright. Man, I gotta say, like, it's already difficult. I'm already having a difficult time trying to keep my mindset within the bounds of this game, because like I mentioned in my last VOTW stream last week, I played I was playing Tears of the Kingdom not too long ago again for the first time since it came out. Hold on a second. I heard like a weird knocking, but it was just my cat getting into bed. It was knocking against the wall. Those of you who own cats probably have an idea of what that means, and I'm fully aware. And she has a much nicer bed, but that's the one she insists on sleeping in. I don't know why. Anyway, I feel like I feel like it's legally required for me to imagine that somebody overthought that really badly at some point and felt really dumb when they realized what the maybe not the intended solution, but far and away the easy solution was. That is absolutely a Stone Talus fight if I've ever seen. Right now I'm just trying to like get my bearings again, and try to remember what is where and stuff. Because yeah, I played Tears of the Kingdom, and a lot of people, especially back when it came out, really thoroughly enjoyed bashing Tears of the Kingdom for basically reusing this map. But like, the thing that a lot of people didn't, and as far as I can tell, still don't want to admit, is that Tears of the Kingdom actually changed a lot of stuff. For one thing, it added the entirety of the depths, the Sky Islands. The Sky Islands, like, I love Sky Islands. Let me preface what I'm about to say with that. I love Sky Islands in game. And on top of genuinely thinking that it's an overhated like game and I really enjoy it, like Sky Islands are one of the main reasons that I love Skyward Sword. Because that game's full of them. And the Sky Islands in Tears of the Kingdom, like, I mean, the first one is awesome, but like, after that point, it's like they're spread so far out that like it almost doesn't feel worth it. You know what I mean? It's like it's hard to explain, but it's just like there's so like there's a lot of Sky Islands, sure, but there's so few, so far between, and like they're spread so far that it's really difficult to really get to any given one. Hold on a second. So sorry about that. Whoa. That's not what I meant to do. I have to admit, like, that's the fun thing about actually streaming this. Now there's live recordings of me, like, screwing up, stuff like that. Okay. Sorry about that. One of my friends is deciding now is the right time to be messaging me. And I mean, I don't mind talking to this person, but it's like, I just told you that I'm streaming and you're still choosing, and like, you still think now is the best time for this? Yeah, I don't have the patience. Okay. I've completely lost track of everything. So sorry about that. Sorry, I'm just a little preoccupied, I guess. In fact, you know what? I should. I'm gonna take a very short impromptu break. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. So sorry about that. I I just was having a full panic attack for a second there. But that's not any of your concern. Now, okay, I need to get focused. Um, Shrines. Um, direction should I go? I guess down here. No, not down here. Because I just remembered that one. That one you want to have like a good amount of stamina for. So actually, let's go north. North is good. All right. Yeah, here we go. Even just from here, you can already see 2 shrines off in the horizon. Oh. I was not paying attention. I was not paying attention to my stamina. Hey, random. So far it's all right. Just running around. I haven't done a whole lot in so far actually. I had to throw the break screen up for a couple minutes. Shut up. Okay. Oh, I remember this one. I actually like this puzzle. I forget, do you have to get all 3 at the same time, or can it just be one at a time? I'll try one at a time and see what happens. Oh, this one only needs 1. I think it's the next one that needs a bunch of them. Alright. Alright. Wait. Huh? Alright. I'm either overthinking this or really overthinking. Oh my god, okay. I just remember what this... I just now remembered what the solution is. Okay. Wasn't there a... Where's the chest here? It... I don't know. Depth perception can be a little bit weird with this puzzle. Right idea, wrong direction. There we go. Yeah, I think in the past I would always try to be fancy with that one and try to get all the orbs in. And yeah, no, none of that is necessary in the slightest. Is there no chest in this one? I could have sworn there was. They all have at least one. But oh well. Probably not anything really worth it anyway. Oh. So let's see, I'm at 13. In order to get the Master Sword before doing any of the Divine Beasts, 14 heart containers. Which means doing 40 shrines. Was it 40 or 44? I think it's 40. Oh shit. I forgot that that's there. Hopefully I can avoid it. I swear. Guardians are one of those things that, like, when you play Tears of the Kingdom, you really don't miss Guardians. I know I didn't. Okay. Okay, I'm sorry, the location of my avatar is bothering me. I need to get, like, a proper layout for this. I actually meant to look into that today, but I just got really distracted. So I'll definitely look into that in the coming days. I remember somebody sent me to like a pretty good Etsy store that that had some. So I need to maybe find that link again. Pun not intended. Ugh. Really should be working. I should really try to be more stealthy, shouldn't I? Whoa. All right. That's a hell of a time to pause it. All right. One bad habit that I tend to have in this game and Tears of the Kingdom is I try to use up my weaker weapons first before using the stronger ones. I don't know exactly why I do that, I just sort of do. Like, yeah, here should be pretty good for my avatar to be. There's nothing on this part of the screen that I need to worry about it.
Oh.
Huh?
Oh, yeah.
What do you want?
Mm.
Okay. Leto? Is it Leto or Leto? I'm gonna guess Leto.
Mm. Oh.
What's up? Oh yeah, he's the one who tells you about Zora's domain.
Oh.
I mean, assuming you don't just go there yourself. Half the time I forget this guy's even here because I just go there myself and, like, don't even think about it. Like, I think I've had more playthroughs, because I've done a lot of playthroughs of it. When I said last week that I had, like, well over 500 hours in this game, I wasn't kidding. In fact, I think it's closer to 600 hours in this. You know, like, I've done a lot of playthroughs of this game, and I think there are more where I never interacted with this NPC than there are of where I have. Oh, that's mean. Also, I love when games do stuff like this, where they have, like, semi-realistic fire spreading effects. Like, Far Cry 4 did this well, and I imagine Far Cry 3 did, but I didn't play as much Far Cry 3. I really couldn't tell you why. It's literally just a matter of, like... I just couldn't get into Far Cry 3 as much as 4. I think I just liked the visual design of 4 more, you know, like the whole... I like the whole mountainous region sort of vibe more than the tropical islands, I guess. Oh, this one. I remember this. Okay. You know what I might eventually try to do? A challenge run of this game where I don't, like, climb anything. You know, like Game Champ 3K did years ago. I love that, I love that video, by the way. I wasn't there for any of the streams, but, like, because, like, I think I discovered that channel long after this happened, but, or long after this playthrough happened, but I love rewatching it. It is really good. Alright, I can never remember what the solution to this one is. Oh, right, I remember now. Well, I have some vague idea now. Okay, so you have to be really specific about the bomb place. Or at least this is how I remember always doing it. That that blew up both of them, didn't it? Well, it gives me an excuse to do this. Honestly, if I'm not mistaken, in that chest is a giant boomerang, which is just not worth it. Screw it. Sorry about that. Got my controller. Oh, okay. Also, the way that these guys are positioned, I think I heard somewhere or read somewhere, was based loosely on like the different poses that the sages would take in Ocarina of Time. I don't know how true that is, but it's something I remember hearing. I don't remember what that one is. I want to do. You know, it's funny. I think I'm more cautious in like. Well, I mean, you're supposed to be more cautious in Master Mode. But, like it really does. Streaming this only makes me feel called out with like how I actually play this game. You know, I'm a very, very cautious player, even in normal mode. Like, you know what outfit I'm usually wearing? The freaking stealth one. But I can just sneak up on everything. Or just sneak by everything. Like, it's usually not until pretty late in the game where I'm actually confident enough to fight everything because, like, you know, this game has weapons that break, so I don't want to have to use them if I don't have to. I don't want to use them if I don't have to. Which also usually leads me to me having a very, very full inventory, but that's a whole separate argument. And knocking that Lizalfos into the water is not going to help, because it can... Oh, hey, there's a, stable over there. Okay, I'm about 20 minutes away from my first official break of the night. Oh, one thing I learned just a few years ago, you could literally just pick these guys up and throw them. That's probably common knowledge in the fan base of this game, but I only just learned it like a few years ago. Like, it was either my most recent playthrough or like the playthrough before that one that I learned that. Let's see. Taking all bets, taking all bets. Can I make it? And the answer is no. I'm sorry. I am... Like I said, my friend insists on texting me right now, even though I'm streaming. And like, I don't mind, but it's like I'm trying to be focused, and it's just a whole thing. Whoa. Okay. You know what game I should try to go back to at some point? The Hyrule Warriors Age of Calamity. I still prefer the original Hyrule Warriors, but like Age of Calamity is pretty good. You know, in terms of like the gameplay and everything. I just like it's weird. I prefer the original because it has like the original story, like or like the unique story that's all its own, some original characters and everything. Age of Calamity is restricted to this world and the characters in it. So it's like not as engaging. How do I... What do I do for this? Wait, what? Hold on. Why? Why is that the solution? I don't know, but my OCD hates it. I'm not, like... As far as I know, I'm not officially diagnosed with OCD or anything, but, like... I guess you could say I kind of have those tendencies. Or maybe that's ADHD, I don't know. I definitely do have ADHD. And sometimes I feel like I do have somewhat, like, obsessive-compulsive tendencies, but nowhere near enough to have it be an actual disorder. You know, I'm no, like, eyeless Jack or anything. Kind of crazy how I heard that that creepypasta like well over a decade ago at this point, and I still remember it. I guess because it's that disturbing. Oh, this one! I remember this. There we go. I was like, is the elevator gonna come back up? I might have like just missed it when I first walked up here. I dropped 199 frames at some point. I don't know when, because I just looked a few minutes ago and I hadn't dropped any, but whatever. Okay, so you need stasis for this one. Might be too far. Yep, definitely too far. I'm gonna guess this was one of the earlier puzzles before they got the idea to just have it, Oh. What? Here, that should be good. Yep, there we go. If it had, like, been going just far enough, or just fast enough to roll out the other side, I would have been pissed. Let's see, there's a sledgehammer in here, in case you need it. And my inventory's not full, so I can just take it. That, however, is the limit. We'll just have to wait and see what happens. Okay, the super secret special one or whatever for this one, I've never been the biggest fan of, to be perfectly honest. I don't hate it, but I don't love it. There's another sledgehammer here if the one you're using breaks. I don't even remember what the prize for this one. But that was, I gotta admit, that was pretty funny. Alright. Okay, so I think I've got the trajectory right, I just didn't have it, like, it just wasn't going fast enough. Damn it. God damn it. This is gonna be really hard to, like... Especially because I have so little stamina. I don't have any food that, like... Good or anything. My god. That's how I was going too fast. Are gonna overshoot it again? Yep. Let me see if I can do this with a weaker weapon. Okay, if this lasts, if this last sledgehammer breaks on me, I'm just gonna give up. What the hell? It really doesn't help that a lot of the time these things don't go anywhere near the direction you're expecting them. What the? That wasn't even max speed that time. How? Oh, well, that's another thing. That's actually something that I've never liked about this game. There's no way to see how much durability your weapons have left until it just tells you that your weapon's badly damaged, like that. Yes! Just barely. What is even in this chest again? I don't remember. Nothing super good, I don't think. Nope. I mean, a giant ancient core isn't bad, especially this early, but far from good. Gonna want to make use of these woodcutter's axes to cut some wood soon. He's gonna need it later. Kind of crazy that I'm an hour and a half into this and I've only done 3 shrines. Really just goes to show like how much time just exploring can take. Also, you know, having a panic attack midstream will make the time pass a little bit, not gonna lie. But it is what it is. soldiers, but again, I'm not a fan of. Oh, hey, what's this? Double axe, right? I couldn't remember if it was called like the dual axe or the double axe or the dual blade, and then I remember the dual blade was dual blade Monster Hunter? No, dual blade is this game, but it's a different weapon. You know, it's a really good thing that in this game they don't have anything. They don't have any kind of real incentive for like, you know, taming and boarding horses, because horses are fucking useless, man. They are. I'm sorry, but they are. I never, especially since there's fast travel, I never need a horse. And like eventually, and even if you're just looking for the fun of riding a horse, just do the second DLC. Really not that hard, and it's really not that hard, and it also gets you something that's faster than any horse in the game. So fast enough at the very least, and it's one of the only times I'll ever see this game. It's one of the only times I ever see this game have to stop and load in the middle of movement. It sometimes happens when I'm gliding as well, but like not super often. All right. Whoa. Holy shit. Military training camp. I really should have grabbed that while it was right in front of me, huh? I actually tried to, but I pressed the wrong button. Hi. Okay. You know what I ought to see about streaming sometime? A Metal Gear game. I mean, I did try to do Metal Gear Solid 5 years and years ago, but I don't know. I think it might be better for like a Let's Play or, you know, something similar. That guy barely hung on, and then his own recovery animation was the end of him. The only thing that's bad about that is I'm not aware of any way to get their drops if they fall into the tar like this. And, like, that was a silver bokoblin, which in normal mode wouldn't even be showing up yet. Or if, actually, are silver bokoblins, like, available at this point in normal mode? Like, this early? Not sure. I'll do this tower and then I'll go and then I'll take a break. Like an official one. I'm gonna try not to dwell on that, but like you gotta admit it's kinda crazy that it even happened. Alright. Ah, damn it. I don't exactly have an infinite supply of these. Better make it count. Is there any pattern to this guy's movement? There we go. I don't know if it's just a rule that, I don't know if it's just a rule or just happenstance, but, Wizrobes, with only a couple of exceptions, are almost always annoying in every game they show up in. Okay. I say almost every appearance because I was playing, like I mentioned in last night's stream. Recently I was playing Minish Cap, and Wizrobes are a pushover in that. Like, unless you're in a fight with a lot of them at the same time, like they are no challenge whatsoever in that game. I've also always found it disappointing that Wizrobes in this game don't seem to have any kind of special drops. I mean, I think they do. I think they can drop their wands, or at least you can get their wands from like chests or something. I could be wrong about that, but that's about it. They don't drop their like weapons. They don't drop any special items. Nothing. I know that in Tears of the Kingdom you can, or like they do drop their wands for real, and you can combine them with, like, you know, various jewelry to get special effects out of them, but that's about it. Alright. I love the idea that, like, the half, rock skull here implies that this thing... that this specific like Bokoblin camp was built right on top of this tower, and they just didn't notice, and then the tower rose up and just dragged the whole thing up with it. Not sure where the tar came from though. Okay, now, for real this time, I'm gonna take a short break. See you in a few. Alright, I'm back. Okay. Now back to our regular scheduled whatever the fuck I was doing. um I mean, oh wait. That was bad. Yo, seriously, you have no stamina at the start of this game. Like none. It's well, let's see. I probably could go in there. Over there. The Lost Wood. There's a decent few basically free shrines in there. Part of me wants to leave that for when I'm my controller disconnected. Weird. Part of me wants to leave that for when I actually have enough for all the things, the Master Sword. And I see, let's see, are there any visible shrines from... The entire point of the tower is just to be able to see the damn thing. Tower over there, but it's basically surrounded by guardians. I'm not doing that right now. Oh, there's a stable over there with a shrine near it, I'm sure. Okay. But yeah, it's like really easy to forget how precious little stamina you actually have at the start of this game. Like it is nothing, man. In fact, in some cases, it's less than nothing. There's no drop shadow in this game, is there? I don't think so. Not really. If you have a really good sense of like lighting and stuff like that, you can probably get a pretty good rough estimation of where you're gonna land based on where your shadow is. But the shadows are realistically rendered. There's no drop shadow to speak of, as far as I know. Definitely ain't no Crash Bandicoot 4, that's for sure. It's one of the best things about that game, man. That's something I'm probably never gonna stream. Might let's play it. I'm not sure, but like it's like at the very least, or like something along those lines, because at least then I can just cut out the failed attempts. But because I don't know, I don't think I'd have as much fun streaming that one. You know, games like this is what I enjoy streaming. Also, Crash Bandicoot 4 is a pretty short game. And I definitely wouldn't be going for 106% or anything. I might go for, like, if I did do that game, I'd probably go for enough, like, gems to get, like, all the costumes or something. And that's about it. Like, fuck the insanely perfect relic. Fuck the relics in general. I'm not doing any of that. Fuck all of that. So, yeah. Like, I might do, like, the bare minimum required for the costumes. That's about it. I have no memory of what this place is. Which is fitting, because I don't think there's anything super important here. No shrine, no nothing. It's just sort of here. Where'd this rain come from? Is that a shrine over there? Yeah, it is a shrine. In fact, it's where I'm headed, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. The shrine was obscured, but the actual place was not. So. It really is too bad there was never any master mode or any DLC at all, really, for Tears of the Kingdom. Because that game, I love the game. I love the game a lot, but there's a couple spots where it really. But I mean, there's so much content in that game right out the gate. So, like, I guess it makes just a little disappointing. You know, say whatever you want about their business practices, but Nintendo are one of the companies where, like, where I feel like in some of their games it can be considered actively disappointing that they're not DLC content. Mario Wonder is not one of those games. Mario Wonder to me definitely feels like I got 100% in that game. That was a damn good time from beginning to end. But by the final bonus level, it definitely was starting to overstate. In fact, that final bonus level very much overstayed its welcome by like 4 hours. So yeah, like I was really annoyed when I got to the end of that finally, because literally the end. I was stuck on the last section of that level, the last, like, major segment, for, like, I wish I was exaggerating when I say it. I really wish I was exaggerating when I say it. I was stuck on that for, like, 5 hours. I am not joking. This was before I started streaming, I believe. I was stuck on that final segment of that last bonus level for around 5 hours. I think I had the day off from work, and literally I think I started trying on that. I think I started that level at like 11 o'clock p.m. Right? Or not 8 p.m., like a.m. I started at like 11 a.m. or like noon or something. It was like 5 o'clock when I finally finished. It was insane. And like I was playing as Nabbit too. You know, the one who doesn't die other than from bottomless pits. That level is actually really easy if you play it as like Nabbit or one of the Yoshis, because they don't really take damage the traditional way. They can only die from bottomless pits or timeout. But wait, does Mario Wonder even have time limits? I don't think it does. It might. I genuinely can't remember, but yeah, it's like they can only die from either bottomless pits or, if they're in the game, timeout. Bye. Okay. You know, so it's like, call it cheating if you want, but I played that last level entirely as Nabbit, and for the most part it was pretty easy, except for that last bit, because, like, you know, Nabbit, like I said, Nabbit and the Yoshis don't take any damage from traditional stuff, so, like, most of the games, like, you know, up to that point, you'll have, like, those sections with the, up up to that final segment, you'll have those sections with like the what's it called? The enemies, the fire bars, that one top-down segment. Does anybody remember that? But you know, Gambit doesn't take damage from any of that. He can't die from it. All he could die from is bottomless pits. So the only real danger that you're in the last segment is bottomless pit. You know, the bullet bill the bullet bill running segment. That whole section where you have the invisibility power up, so you physically can't see where you are, etc., etc., etc. It's like and that invisibility bit is the last bit of the level. You get past that, you're done. You're at the end, and I was stuck on that for 5 hours. So, yeah, like, that last level absolutely overstays its welcome. But the rest of the game before that point, I don't know if I'd call it perfection, but I would say it's about as close as I've ever seen a game get. It is so good. Oh, hey, a blood moon. Neat. Is that our first time seeing one in this playthrough? I think it is. Unfortunately, I am nowhere near the Blood Moon Shrine, so I can't take full advantage. Oh well. Also, I'm not going to talk to Cass for any of it, because... Gonna be completely straight with you, he kind of annoys me. Like, every time you talk to him... Like, there's like 9 shrines in the game or something. I think there's one for every major area, except for the Great Plateau. He's not in the Great Plateau. Let's say that's 1, 2... If I counted right, which I very well might not have, 12 major areas of this world map, and he shows up for at least 1 shrine for all of them to give you like a hint for how to do it. But like, it's a lot faster to just do it yourself. Like, there's no point talking to him, like, because it insists on having that whole cutscene with like the singing and just. I don't know about you, but I certainly don't got time for that. You're definitely best off just waiting until after the Blood Moon cutscene thing before fighting any enemies that you're near, because the Blood Moon will just resurrect them. I think I saw a clip once. This didn't happen to me, but I think I remember seeing a clip once where somebody was fighting Ganon. And then, but the Blood Moon happened before the cutscene where he fully dies, so he just came right back immediately.
Link, be on your guard.
And God, that is the worst. A lot of people don't really mind the Ganon fights, or like a lot of people find the Ganon fight disappointing. Especially if you do all the Divine Beasts beforehand. I personally don't get that mentality.
Please be careful.
Because, like, the thing is, for those who haven't played this game, doing the Divine Beasts basically takes away 1 segment of the final boss, like, gauntlet, essentially. So... Basically, if you don't fight the Divine Beast beforehand, you have to... Okay? I was not paying attention to what. Anyway, like, if you don't do the divine beast, or rather, when you do the divine beast, you fight the boss at the end, of course. And then the divine beast is freed, and you know it helps you at the end. If you don't do the divine beasts, you have to fight that, like, the bosses of those divine beasts before fighting full-on Ganon. And it's a gauntlet. As far as I know, you can't just leave or anything. You have to fight them back to back. I've never done that, but I have seen, like, you know, clips where people do it. So you have to, what's what I'm looking for, I have seen clips of people doing it, and yeah, like, you have to, if you don't do the Divine Beast first, you have to fight their bosses before getting to Ganon. And also, fighting them removes a segment, removes like an eighth of Ganon's health bar for each one. So if you do all 4 Divine Beasts, when you get to Ganon, half of his health is sapped away immediately. So you only have to do like half the fight. A lot of people find this disappointing, and I will never for the life of me understand why. Because you have to think about it like this. You know, when you defeat one of the divine, when you finish one of the divine beasts, and it takes away an eighth of Ganon's health bar, that's not the game taking it easy on you. That's the game rewarding you for doing something that, for all intents and purposes, you went out of your way for. Right? You earned that. Because you have to remember to think of it like this. If you were to fight, like, and like, sure, maybe there's an argument to be made that, like, it just takes away that one boss from the gauntlet, and again, its health is still the same at the end. But it's like, imagine doing it without doing all the divine beasts. You know what's going to happen in that case? You are going to fight You're going to fight 4 bosses, plus Ganon, plus the extra bit at the end, which, for all intents and purposes of map, it's really not hard in this. The final, like, Beast Ganon bit is not hard in the slightest, and I consider it more of a victory lap. You know, it's like, you beat the hard part, here's something easy to make you feel powerful, sort of thing. So I don't mind that. But I've seen some people get disappointed that, like, the final boss isn't that hard after doing the Divine Beast and everything, and it's like, like, how hard do you want it to be? If you don't do all the Divine Beasts, you're effectively fighting 6 bosses back to back right at the end. Like, this game may not be that hard, but, like, trying to do a minimalist run, you're in for the fight of your fucking life doing that. Like, there are probably Souls bosses easier than that. Okay. for this segment, I like to do it. I like to do it like this, you know, sneaking around, just to make it harder to be running along and accidentally step on a flower. Because, yeah, this chick Magda really hates when you step on these flowers. She hates it a lot, and understandably so. Now, I don't understand why she would plant these flowers with that spear sticking out of the ground and didn't just remove the spear, but hey, I don't know anything about exterior design, so maybe it's part of her aesthetic. I don't know. But like, some people have said that she's scarier than the final boss when you step on the flowers, because he gets really mad at you, and then if you do it 3 times, you die. Like, she straight up kills you. I'm not kidding, it's a game over. Part of me almost wishes I was kidding about that. It is crazy. But yeah, that is not hyperbole. That is not like me messing around. I wish I was exaggerating about that. She literally kills you. Or unalives, as some people say. I don't know if I'll ever be able to train myself to do that. I know why people do it, and I don't find it, like, when you understand the context of it, it's really not that stupid. I understand the point, but I don't know if I'll be able to. But yeah. Oh, this is evil right here. As you can see, there's flowers right there. And I imagine some people, because like you're taken out of here. You have to start this whole maze over again if you step on one of these flowers. But I imagine some people get to this point, drop their guard, start running up, and then step on this little flower patch right in the middle of this path, and have to start the whole thing over because they got cocky. There we go. First try. Booyah. Oh. Just drinking some water. After talking that much, I really was just kind of parched. Oh, I have a bunch of orbs that I forgot to actually. Some of the shrine quests just hand you the reward and hand you the orb at the end. I'm glad this one does it because it would have made absolutely no fucking sense if it did. Because some of them are like they knew that it was going to be very obtuse and very cryptic to get into the shrine in the first place. So it would make sense that that like the ancient Sheikah would reward you for knowing that and for doing it. They would have had no way of knowing some crazy lady was gonna plant a bunch of flowers around this and then literally murder you for stepping on them on the way here. So yeah. Like there's I know it sounds like like I'm joking. I promise you I'm not. No, as far as I know, that still applies for after you finish the shrine. So just be careful on the way back out. Or or if you have anywhere to go, just fast travel out. It really doesn't matter. I don't, unfortunately, so... like I said, I recommend just being, like, sneaky and, like, slow and steady through this bit, because the hitboxes for these flowers, for these flower patches can be a little wonky, but, you know, it's really not that bad. I love how you could very clearly see the door open and me walk inside from here, but she still just thinks that the shrine liked the flowers, and that's why it changed color. Oh man. One thing that I've been thinking about doing is uploading, or not uploading. I think I mentioned this in stream last night, but I've been thinking about doing more streams throughout the week. Just like smaller streams, like maybe, maybe like Monday and Tuesday will be like these big 4-hour streams of like adventure games or RPGs, or whatever, and then like throughout the week could be like, say, something smaller like Yu-Gi-Oh, or like an art stream or something, just to, keep the pace up a little bit. I'm not sure, because I've mentioned before I do want to be doing. I would like to start trying to do like actual YouTube content and like proper edited stuff with something vaguely resembling professionalism if you at it hard enough and stuff. And like, I feel like I barely have enough time to do that as it is, and I don't know if like squeezing more streams into. I mean, I've already been really putting off doing that for a while now, for one reason or another. I mean, for a good few weeks there, I did have a very, very valid reason for it, but that's beside the point. Like, it's just, I want to be doing that kind of stuff, and it would be difficult to like record it and edit it and stuff if I was also trying to squeeze in a bunch of streams throughout the week, plus my day job and stuff. Like, that is far and away my biggest problem, is on top of the ADHD. It's like, I feel like I'm too ambitious for my own good. There's all these things that I want to do, and I'm sure I could do them if I could just lock the fuck in and focus, but I just struggle so hard. Alright. This part I feel like I remember being kind of annoying, because you have to really play with these like boxes and stuff. If this were Tears of the Kingdom, this puzzle, it wouldn't even be a puzzle, honestly. Just like, merge all these things together and then just move them around as one big entity instead of a bunch of smaller ones, and you're good, you're done. Like, I swear, Tears really spoils you. Because I love when games let you... I love it when games let you get creative with how you solve puzzles. I know some people have specifically said that's why they don't like this. Because, like, it leaves a lot more... it leaves a lot more up to player discretion. And, like, I could see that. There's definitely merit in wanting a game to be focused versus versus just sort of leaving you up to your own devices. But there's absolutely merit in that. I'm not gonna deny that. But like at the same time, me personally, I enjoy stuff like this. I enjoy when a game doesn't give me one singular solution and lets me find my own way to solve a problem, even if it was possibly the entire opposite of what the developers intended. Hell, especially if it's the exact opposite of what the developers intended. Like, reward me for being creative. That's what I like. And these games do that in spades. I swear, like, when you're not drinking soda for a while, like, there's just something magical about water. Like, when you do drink soda a lot, and then you try to switch to water, like, really suddenly, it can be a bit of a jarring transition, but, like, once you haven't been drinking soda for a while, and you just drink some normal water, like, it's just, like, extra delicious for some reason. Maybe because your taste buds have had some time to recover from being constantly fried from the carbonation. I don't know. I don't try to be like I mean, those who've seen what I look like, know that I'm far from the picture of health. I am definitely far from any kind of fitness. But like, I do. But I have been trying to at least trying to be. And, I mean, I'm already seeing results just from cutting out soda. God, like, and the real talk, even if on the rare occasion, because, like, I don't drink alcohol, I don't smoke, I don't do any of that stuff, so, like, outside of gaming, there's very little I really do to de-stress, and, like, well, de-stress in quotes. I'm pretty sure both of those things give you different stress, but not any less of it. But whatever. Like, I don't do any of that stuff, but like, so usually my vice will be drinking soda, right? It will be like, you know, let's say I'm having a rough day at work, and on my lunch break or something, I'll like get like a bottle of soda, and just drink it on my lunch or whatever. I am feeling like absolute shit after that. Like, I don't know what it is, but I'll just feel like bloated and like just not good. I am bad at this. And that's just from one soda. You know, like, it's kind of crazy. Okay. But yeah, like, it's funny because like I notice you really, for anybody who might watch this and has been like struggling to keep their weight down, I doubt it'll be an end all be all solution, but like, trust me when I tell you, cut out the soda, or at least try to drink less of it. Try to limit to yourself like to like maybe one every couple days or something, and go from there. See how you feel. Because, like, I promise you, it might not seem like a lot, but the difference it makes will be enormous. Or at least a lot bigger than you think. I've only I've been kind of yo-yoing between drinking soda regularly and not drinking soda. Like for the past few years. Every time I stop drinking it, I haven't really drank much soda. I think I've had maybe 1 or 2 cans of soda this entire year so far. We just crossed into April. We just crossed into April, and I think I've only drank soda maybe once or twice this entire year so far. The past 4 months now. Maybe not. I don't remember exactly, but the point is, I stopped drinking soda for the most part a while ago. And I've already been shrinking down to the point that some of my clothes, which either fit perfectly or were actively tight on me before, are starting to fit perfectly and or be big. It feels like such a small change, but it makes a much bigger difference. Also, really sorry to do this again, but I gotta take an emergency. Right back. Alright, I'm back again. So sorry about that. You don't want to know what happened. Just trust me. But anyway, yeah, I might just not take my 11 o'clock break at this point, because that's already 3 breaks when I normally just take 2. So, like, yeah, I'm not doing that. But, you know, it's weird. You hear an owl every now and again in here, this game. As far as I know, there are no owls in this game. I've, like, hundreds and hundreds of hours in this game. I have never once seen an owl. I genuinely don't think they're in this game. But the sound effect for them is. Okay. Yeah, I kind of came here without, like, forgetting that it's. That's not great. I kind of want to go to the Gerudo Desert right now. God, I don't really, like, participate in April Fool's Day. If I ever do, like, it's gonna be a hell of a lot. It's gonna be something a hell of a lot bigger than just one tiny little prank. Nothing like, you know, nothing that would actively ruin someone's life or anything. It's like, you know, it's gonna be more than just like, uh, like putting one ice cube in somebody's cup when they ask for multiple, or whatever. You know, like. But was it the April Fool's Day episode? I can't remember actually. But like, you know, it's gonna be something bigger than that, but like not anything life ruining or anything. But like, for the most part, I really just don't participate that much in April Fool's Day. But 2 separate servers that I'm in, changed the server icon to make it look like there's a ping. So like everybody will click on it and like look through it, looking for where they were pinged and just not find anything. And I think that's really funny. But also kind of annoying. One of them did it better than the other, though. Which I think is still part of the joke, but that's a whole separate argument. Sorry. Hiccups. Damn it. What are you actually supposed to do? Other than using arrows, I imagine arrows are the obvious thing. Like, if you don't have any arrows, what is... Because I'm out of regular. You know, I don't even remember getting a Phrenic Bow anywhere. What happens if it just gets stuck? I've never really thought about that. What happens if the ball just gets stuck there? I don't know if there's enough space for you to go after it like that. Also, that was, like, surprisingly perfect. I wasn't even really trying to do that. Legit, I have no memory of getting a Phrenic Bow. I just sort of had it. And now I don't. But that's all. This part of the thing I remember. There we go. Oh. That's obnoxious, but okay. Admittedly, it's on me for not paying attention. Although, let's recreate this scene, shall we? Yeah, it's very possible if you have your camera, like, a certain direction. If you have your camera facing a certain way, it's very possible to just run right past it, not even... And you can't sneak while holding the ball. Realistically, I probably already knew that. But that's what that... There's no perfect speed to be, like, just constantly going on the conveyor belt forever. By the way, I tried. Like, there is a pretty good amount of speed control in this game, but, like, the speeds for the most part are... Like, the two mid speeds are too fast or too slow. No in between. Because here's, like, the slowest speed. Here's the slowest walking speed. Slightly faster. Slightly faster, and then full speed. Like, the second to last speed is the, just barely fast, just barely too fast to just keep running in place forever. And the speed just before that is too slow, so you're constantly being pushed back. I think there are conveyor belts or, you know, something similar later in the game where you can do that, but this ain't it, Chief. All right. I love how I went from being like from only having done 3 um grinds at an hour and a half to 7 in another 2 hours. Or no, 7 in another 3 hours. Actually, it's about the same pace. With a similar break in between too. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna take my 11 o'clock break at this point. I've already taken 2 when I normally, or I've already taken 3 breaks when I normally only. I would love to find out how a boomerang has ever been used as a weapon, because I know that they were invented for hunting. You know, so like they do have a background of being used as weapons, but like fucking how? That's what I want to know. Like do they actually work like in Ty the Tasmanian Tiger? No, right? No way. I reject the reality where that's a thing. Unless I see an actual like video of it, a really old one where they don't where they didn't have the technology to just like fake it with AI or some shit. When I see that, I'll be convinced. But until then, no, I reject that reality. It is. I actually never really use boomerangs like this, but it is actually really satisfying to use it to kill an enemy and then catch it on the way back. That's like the thing about boomerangs in this game. In the right circumstances, you know, right amount of space, right amount of distance from stuff like that, they're really fun to use, but like anything outside of the perfect condition, they're basically just melee weapons that you can throw and back to you. No point in doing. Oh my god, if you want to talk about a game where you can throw your weapon and there's no fucking point to it. I played through Pseudo Regalia a couple weeks ago now. And I beat that game almost 100%. I didn't quite reach 100% because the last like time trial is bullshit and I don't want to do it. But I'm not sure if I missed anything else, and like I can kind of give it a little bit more slack now. After knowing a bit more about the development history, where that game was apparently made, like the entirety of that game, or most of it at least, was made in like 6 months or something. So for something that only had 6 months of work put into it, it kind of shows in some places. But for the most part, I thought it was actually really cool for something with that little development time. But like, one day I might make a video about that, and I promise you, the thumbnail will say, like, easy to learn, pointless to master, or something. Because there's so many really cool hidden abilities and hidden techniques in that game. The game just never tells you about them. And there's no challenges whatsoever to incentivize you to use them. In fact, most of the challenges would probably be made actively harder by trying to apply them. They are pointless. And I will die on this hill. You know, it's like, because I was having this debate with somebody who actually is a game developer. I don't know what kind of games he's works on really, but he does develop games, and so like, sure, you could argue maybe his input is a bit more valid than mine, but like, I still feel like mine is valid. Where if you're gonna include the mechanics in the game, you should have mechanics, or you should have like challenges that maybe don't necessarily require them, but are made easier by applying them, by using them. Harvest. Pseudo Regalia does not do that. Like I said, Pseudo Regalia is a game that feels like it's made actively harder when you try to use it. Because, like, sure, the time trials, I will admit, are probably much, much, much easier if you make use of those hidden mechanics. Those hidden moves the game never tells you about. But that's, like, a lot of them are more than easy enough that you don't need it, and, like, well, you just straight up don't need any of them for the time trials. Some of those time trials are very poorly designed, I'll be completely honest. The one in, like, the underworld or whatever. Damn it. The one in the, like, the underground area, whatever it's called. I think it's actually called the Underworld. Or something similar. That one, like, I think is just one of the worst designed things in the entire game. It is actively bad, in my opinion. And I don't know if anybody's gonna be able to change my mind. But like, you know, for the most part, they can be done without really relying or even using hidden tech. A couple of them are made easier by using them, sure. But like, for the most part, they can be done without them. They aren't designed for it. And hell, maybe if the game did get more than like 6 months of development time, it would have gotten more use. But like, to me, it just kind of feels like a waste of time and effort to put those hidden techniques in the game and then do absolutely nothing with it. Nothing whatsoever. Because when I say that like a lot of the level design, a lot of those hidden techniques are useful for, like, if the game were 2D or something, they probably would be very useful. Because you'd have more limited space to work with. But the game is not only a 3D Metroidvania, which is really cool on its own. And I bought it very soon after hearing that. But like, you know, like what am I trying to say? Oh my god. This thing needs to leave me alone. There's a bunch of stuff that you can do in that game that just there's nothing. There's literally nothing whatsoever designed around using it. No challenges, no nothing. And that bothers me a lot because, again, I don't know much about game design. I don't know much of anything about developing a game. But I feel like I understand wasted effort when I see it. The game's, I think for the most part, the game's level design is fine. But, like, it is very much not suited to that game. Or, like, to those secret techniques. Because the game, if anybody who played it understands, or at least knows, you know, that game has very wide open, the levels, the environments are a lot of very wide open space. So stuff that requires very precise movements and very precise, like, you know, navigation isn't really gonna fit in a very widespread, like, environment, right? You know, if you look at, like, Mario 64, part of this could just be because it was a game on much more limited hardware, but at the same time, Pseudo Regalia is going for that, like, N64 PS1 era 3D platformer feel, right? And in Mario 64, the areas are pretty small in the grand scheme of things. And like, the actual platforming challenges themselves are very compact. They might be spread around a little, but they're very compact for them. So if you if you wanted to, you could just you know, you could make use of, like, the side jump, the backflip, the this, that, and the other. The game never requires you to do most of those moves. And you could probably quite easily reach the end of the game without ever doing any of them. But you could probably very easily reach the end of the game without doing any of them. But, like, the game feels like it's rewarding you for doing them by giving you, like, alternate paths, or, like, maybe the occasional extra life, or whatever. Like, you feel like there's a point to actually doing that stuff. Pseudo Regalia doesn't have any of that. I don't think it has lives. I could be mistaken, but I just played the game not even that long ago. So if it did have lives, I feel like I'd remember it. The game doesn't have lives, so there's no... yeah, no, it doesn't. It doesn't. It straight up doesn't. So, like, there's no lives to put behind platforming challenges that use these extra moves. It doesn't have, it has, like, health upgrades. Like, you start off with, like, 3... Wait. Yeah, because half, I'm blanking on what they were called, but, like... But, they're basically hearts. You know, like in a Zelda game. Where like, certain attacks will do half a thing of damage. And then some will do a whole thing of damage, sometimes multiple. And there's, what am I trying to say? You know, so there's heart pieces, effectively. I forget what they were called in the game, but they're effectively heart pieces. Where you pick them up, and after collecting 3 of them, you get another thing of health. Makes sense, right? But... like, these things are not hidden behind any kind of super strict or super, you know, demanding platforming challenges. For the most part, you could find them employing, like, the most bare bones basic platforming skills that you have, and you'll be fine. And then on that in and of itself is not a bad thing. And please don't like misunderstand. I'm not trying to say that it is. But at the same time, like I said, including these extra moves and then not having anything like that, because there's other stuff. There's other stuff too. You know, there's like you have like a magic meter and there's like stuff you can pick up to increase. There's the alternate outfits that you can get for the character are unlocked with the time trials. So if you get good at doing some of these things, you might be able to get them easily enough, right? Well, I did all but the last one, and I had a mostly pretty easy time with it. But, where am I? This is really... I don't remember ever having this much trouble before. Now, let me try going this way and going around. But, there's a... Also, the game's just, like, really weird with what buttons it... And you can kind of remap them, but it doesn't really help anything. Because, like, a lot of the moves are tied to... If you're playing... It's PC only. So if you're playing it with a controller, a lot of the moves are tied to, like, the left trigger. The slide is on the left trigger, the ground pound is on the left trigger. Among other things. And there's a move where what you do is you press the left trigger while you're in the air. And then you jump. And this is like borderline frame perfect. It's not frame perfect, but it's like borderline frame perfect. Where you press the left trigger while you're in the air, and almost immediately after you press the jump button again. And you do like an aerial flip. For the most part, it doesn't seem like much, but when you're doing some of the harder time trials, it actually helps more than you think. But you have to be really quick about it, because this backflip, or like, it uses the left trigger. And if you hold it down for even a frame too long, now you're doing the attack. Now you're doing the move that forces you to go straight down until you hit the ground. And like, if you're like me, you're probably doing the time trial where you're basically required to do this directly above a bottomless pit. So going straight down means you're dying, or at least like being sent back to the last like stable point you were at, which is you may as well just start over the time trial at that point. And getting back to the time trial start is not easy either. I'm reliving that frustration just thinking. I am absolutely reliving that frustration. But, if I can get this thought out. What the? Hi. Wait. Where am I? Pretty sure I want to be up here. Lost my train of thought for a second there, but I found it. Some of these moves Again, I don't think any of them are ever required, but like, you'll be in for a rough time if you don't use them. That's all I have to say about that. And like, you're in for a much rougher time if you don't make your extra move for some of the time trials. And like I said, it just for a lot of them, it really just doesn't feel like there's any point in mastering, because it doesn't feel like the game rewards you for taking the time to do, right? It just... There's one. I don't fully know how it works. I never managed it myself, but there is one where I, what am I trying to say? Oh, shit. No, there was a talus up here. It's like the last hidden move. Again, the game never tells you how to do any of this, by the way. The game at no point ever tells you how to do any of these moves. You're just sort of expected to figure it out. Whoa. There's a couple that, like, the game never explicitly tells you, but it does kind of hint at them in the menu. But again, there's a lot of them that just don't. I can't remember if that, like, aerial backflip thing is ever explicitly stated that you can do it in the game. God, I'm blanking on what some of the other ones were. But one that I didn't actually know about, but somebody told me, and actually is what started this train of thought, is the weapon kick, where you can throw your weapon and then, like, kick it while it's in the air to... You can throw your weapon and then kick it while it's in the air to sort of act as, like, a makeshift wall jump. Or a makeshift wall kick. Say it with me now. The game never tells you about this, and it's never required at any point. But that also that helps me circle back around to what started this train of thought, being able to throw your weapon. The game lets you do that. It is never useful at any point and does not do anything. You can't aim it for shit. Period. And like, you can't aim it at all, and it doesn't do damage to anything. Once again, like I said, you can't aim it, so trying to be precise and hit an enemy with it is a fool's errand to begin with. And even if it wasn't, like, even if it did do damage, it's not worth it because you can't aim it very well at all. You can't hit switches with it because I actually did manage to hit a switch by throwing the weapon once. The switch did not activate. So once again, pointless. The only time it's even slightly useful is for, like, 3 rooms in the entire game that are, like, pitch black. And throwing your weapon casts, like, a small amount of light around it until you pick it back up. That is the only use in the entire game that I found for throwing a weapon. And it's not even that useful because after that section, when you get the collectible, that's in that section that doesn't even have anything to do with lighting up the area or anything. It's just a random thing you can get. Once you're done with that, like, that area is lit up. Like, that area lights up enough for you to be able to see without throwing your weapon around after that point. So, well and truly, there is zero purpose to throwing your weapon at all. But it's a mechanic with an entire button dedicated to it. I don't know why. There is admittedly a really cool, like, it's kind of like the Mario 64, like, backflip sort of thing. It's like if you do a slide jump and then, like, jump in the opposite direction right as you land, you do, like, a super jump or something. But again, no point. The game, there's never any platforming section that I've ever been able to find that's made any easier by doing this. There's no alternate path that's only accessible by doing it. No collectible that you need it for. Nothing. There's just no point. And I'm blanking on what they are, but there are a few other ones. There are a few other things that that do that they're like really difficult platforming challenges that don't even really justify the inclusion of the moves because they're not like sorry, got tongue-tied for a second. There's no like alternate paths, no special collectibles, nothing whatsoever anywhere in the game that like either requires or is made easier by using these moves. They were programmed into the game. They like apparently 6 months. Like, yeah, again, the game was made in only 6 months. But that still just means 6 months of effort went into coding those moves, coding those abilities, for them to go almost entirely unused. Why even bother at that point? Nothing, like, none of the level design is made any easier by using them, which you would think is the point of mastering those moves. None of the level design is designed around it, which, again, this was part of the argument. This was part of the debate that I got into with this person about it. Like, it would be bad. Like, he was arguing that it would be bad design. Include level design specifically based around those moves that a novice player might not be able to do. But like, so like make just getting to the credits as easy as you want, and then have those moves and levels designed around and like level designed around them for the people who want to go for 100%. That is not a new concept to gaming. It's been around for like 40 years. You know, so like, I don't see how this is like some big revelation. Just have the optional mechanics and level design based around them be needed for 100%, but if they're not going for 100%, just make it optional. Don't design, like, just make it easy enough to get to the end of the game, and that's it. This isn't rocket science. So yeah, no, I don't agree with that at all. Because like, you know, like, in say, Castlevania, right? In, like, Symphony of the Night. Okay, that's not good. In Castlevania, Well, this happened in Rondo of Blood first. When you're playing as Richter, you have like the slide, right? And you can do like a slide jump with it. Neither of those things are ever required in the game, that to my knowledge. But if you get good at using them, you can get through the levels a lot faster. So they're pretty good. So it's a pretty good mechanic for speedrunning. And also, you can, and also, if I'm not mistaken, if you run into an enemy while doing like the slide jump thing, it counts as like a kick attack that actually does damage. So there is a combat incentive to doing it too. A completely optional mechanic that actually has some gameplay legitimacy for being there. I went on this, like, I've been on this tangent for a while, and I still have plenty more to say, but I think I'll end it there. But, yeah. There's a Stelnox here? I never knew that. I'm out. I don't think I'd ever stream Pseudo Regalia. For one thing, it's a very short game, especially if you're just going through the story and nothing else. But also, like, when I played it, like, most of what I did was just... Most of what I did really was just the, was to just wander around the castle for hours on end looking for... Also, the story just was non-existent. I think it's supposed to be inspired by, like, Klonoa or something. It's funny, I'm having these... I think I'm having an easier time talking about it while playing this than I would be if I was actually playing that game. But, like... What am I trying to say? I think it's supposed to be based... I think it's supposed to be inspired by Klonoa, the story is. Where, like... They, you know, the whole thing, it's like a dream world. Or whatever, and you have to, like... And you have to, like, save the dream world and, like, wake the person who's up or something. But none of that is ever made clear, and it just... And there's just so little information to go off of. Oh, never mind. That guy gives you shrine quests, I believe. And he's actually, honestly, more fun, in my opinion, than Cass is. God, it would be really awkward if Astral Arts is watching this and hears me say that. Anyway. It just leaves you with a lot of... Like, it starts you off with a lot of questions and doesn't really answer any of them. It's just kind of weird. Sorry, my cat was meowing at me. It's not like a, you know, what's it like? Oh shit, it's raining. It gives you a, like, the little side quest she gives you is to light all these torches by the goddess statue, but it's raining, so I can't light them. Like, early on, you know, those little goat butler guys tell you, like... They mentioned something about a princess. And, you know, you get the idea of the, like, for the whole game, like, you have to go find the princess and everything. And and that's about as much story as you really get. It just doesn't explain anything. I don't know. We also don't get any reason for why Sybil looks... Like, I think it's supposed to be implied that she's the same species, or at least a similar one, to those goat butlers. But, like, she's the only person we ever see that looks the way she does. And stuff. It's... I don't know. It's funny, I have simultaneously so much and so little to say about that game. I don't know if I'd be able to stream it. I could maybe see about doing, like, a video about it. I've got so many video ideas, but, like... I just... don't know, man. I don't know if that'll be fun to make. I don't know if it'd be fun to watch. And that's not gonna work. I don't have anything that's gonna work. Did I go for the Dueling Peaks, Brian's? I don't think why not. Well, I have the stamina to get up there, though. That's a good... if not, I probably still have other stuff I could possibly try to go around here. God, I really quieted up after I decided to stop talking about Pseudo Regalia. I guess I just had more to say about that game than I thought, and now I'm just satisfied. I might make a video about it, honestly. Because again, I feel like there is more that I could say. But I just don't want to bog down the stream with it. Let's see here. Wet from raining to being cloudy. Fun. Oh, on my back. Is it one of the, I'm trying to remember. Isn't one of the climbing gear around here? Now, that climbing gear is really good. Better than you expect. Like, wearing any one piece feels like it makes barely any difference, but, like, wearing all of them. My God, man.
Hey!
Okay. Yeah, I really think I just tired myself out with that whole pseudo Galia rant. And like I said, I still have more to say too. That's like the crazy part. Well, let's see. God, I really am just blanking on like all the stuff. Ow. Like where all the stuff is, aren't I? I sort of remember like some stuff being easier to see from various places. Yeah. I might have to look up where the other pieces of the climbing gear are, but I'm pretty sure one of them is around here somewhere. Or maybe this one that I have right now was the one that's around here somewhere, and I already have it, so you can never be too sure of that stuff, especially when... Let's look at some of these, like, DLC, quests that I have. Outpost. It's funny because, like, some of these were added, I believe, by the first DLC, and some were added by the second DLC. I think with the second DLC, they just straight up tell you where the thing is, or at least, like, give you more to look for than the first one. The first DLC, like, almost every hint was in this one specific stable. And I imagine a lot of people got really tired of having to go over there to look for it. Yeah, I may as well just pass the time by, like, doing some of these DLC. Because I really need a bit of a palate cleanser after that rant. But, yeah. If anybody ever... if anybody ever makes an argument that I'm not a nerd, like, for some reason... I mean, even just looking at me, you can very clearly tell I am a massive nerd. But, like, if you, but if somehow somebody gets the idea that I'm not, just show them that. Because name a single person on Earth that would have a rant like that and isn't. Funny thing is, that's not even the worst hint I've heard somebody go on in a completely unrelated game. Let's see. Ancient mask lies at the ruins where gathered. From there, the waters of. I'm gonna hide my PNG too now just to make. Green garments of the man who wished to be a fairy. I will find these flourished. Ruins were imprisoned, and at the village ruins next to a farmland once gathered. The Princess of Twilight, whose stories are handed down alongside those of the. Her helmet can be found at the temple ruin, soaked in the waters of the armor worn by fierce by here find the battleground. Still, at ceremonial grounds where honored, and at the ruins where the soldiers. X is what's written. What could it be? Okay. So at the ruins, at the temple ruins soaked in the waters of the Regentia River. Here's the Menowat River. Fuck. Whatever, wherever the Regentia River is on my map. Would this be more tower time? I was really hoping not to do the Central Hyrule Tower yet. Because again, it's surrounded by guardians. They're derelict guardians, sure, but that doesn't help much. Oh. Forgot to turn that back on then. But, actually, now that I think about it, it's still... God damn it, it's still hidden. But I think I know where one of those, actually. Ancient Mask, which is where the ruins where soldiers gathered waters of... I think I know where that is. Yeah, I know it's supposed to be the hero's job to fight, to protect people, but, like, I am not suited to do that right now. Ironically, even though I'm in a literal suit of armor. Oh, wait. Now I'm in a literal... This reminds me of earlier when, literally I was talking to somebody, about how, ironically, none of my favorite, my favorite Pokemon is not any of the fox ones. Me? Like, and I mentioned that and I was like, I literally said, like, none of the fox ones are my favorite Pokemon, and no, the irony is not lost on me. I could have sworn I had more to say. I hate when I overestimate a story's value like that. I'll let you out in a bit. Actually, wait a minute. Give me just a sec. I'm gonna go let my cat out. So sorry about that. I didn't use the be right back screen again because I felt like I was abusing it. Yeah, I was just letting my cat out. I would have just waited until after the stream, but like the last time it was meowing at me and I didn't let her out right away. I'm not gonna say what happened, I'm just gonna say it did not end well, so yeah, I'd like to not take that risk if I don't have to. But yeah. So I'm pretty sure it's supposed to be here. Lies at the ruins where soldiers... Oh. Yeah, so Majora's Mask is just kind of here. An eerie mask passed down from ancient time. Wearing it makes it harder for certain enemies to spot you. A rather rare find. Yeah, you can just casually put on Majora's Mask, no biggie. It's not like there's an entire game about why this thing is extremely dangerous and you probably shouldn't be putting it on casually like this, but okay. But it's not the description's not lying, by the way. It actually does make it so certain enemies can't, or like, you know, don't notice you. Or like, not that they don't notice you, but like they think you're one of them. You know, like bokoblins, moblins, lizalfos, like, yeah, you can get like the disguises from another character later. But if you have this on, I think it just works for all of them. I believe it works for Lionel's as well, but like the Lionel disguise doesn't, the thing about the Lionels is that they're smart, so the Lionel disguise will fool them for a bit, but they will, but like, you mostly just want to get past them and get the fuck out, because if you loiter or if you hang around too long, chances are they'll notice that you're not actually one of them and start attacking you. Apparently at the very least the Bokoblin one works really well though. There's a I'm sorry, I'm blanking on what the channel was, but there's a channel that I saw years ago now that did like it was like styled like a nature documentary about Bokoblins. And it was in this game where they had because this was before Tears of the Kingdom came out. Where he had the what's it called? The Bokoblin disguise on. And yeah, he had the Bokoblin disguise on, and he and so basically he just hung around with like a group of Bokoblins for a while. They never seemed to notice that he was not a Bokoblin. So yeah. Apparently the Bokoblins actually are dumb enough for that to work. I imagine the same it goes for the Moblins. I imagine for each tier of creature, like it'll work, but there'll be a certain amount of time before it just doesn't. And Lionel's is probably the shortest amount of time. But I've never bothered with the Lionel disguise, so I'm actually not sure what the time limit is. I just know there is. Before they figure out like you're not actually one of them and do attack you. Okay. I actually forgot I forgot that there was a grind so close to that tower there. Oh, there was actually another video that I saw years and years and years ago. Like this might have been like 2019, 2020, something like that. Maybe even earlier. That was talking about like hidden shield stats, where like certain shields are actually better for certain things than others. So like there are actually shields that are terrible for actual defense, but are really good for shield surfing and stuff like that. Um, I never finished the video, but it was a really interesting topic. I might still have it in like my watch later list on YouTube. I I have no memory of who made it though, unfortunately. Would definitely be something to think about, like looking into and possibly, linking or something. But not right now. Trial of power. Whatever that's supposed to be. And also, I'm just now realizing, has anybody noticed that the Triforce doesn't seem to be a thing in this game at all? Not in this game or Pierce? Alright, now we're getting to the point where I'm actually gonna be doing it. Whoa. Yeah, fighting enemies with a lot of health in Master Mode is really annoying because not only do they have regenerating health, but it regenerates really fast. Like, obnoxiously. This is why I was gathering so many apples. Alright. Yeah, I don't think we're gonna be able to make it. I really don't remember this, like, shrine at all. Edge of Duality. That might be what I was thinking of earlier when I said the dual blade. Well, actually, no, like, the design, absolutely, is what I said. But... oh my god. Now that section I remember. This section I remember. But like, stuff leading up to it, not really. What the fuck? Fuck? You saw that, right? It just sort of like went off to the side and disappeared. There we go. A lot of chests in this one. That doesn't even make any sense. Whatever. That changes things. Whatever. I still will always and forever love how Sorrow TV delivered that line. I hope he comes back one day, man. I would love for him to come back at some point. Apparently it was like... supposedly it was like copyright issues or something that made him just give up. I don't know about any of that, but yeah, I would love for him back. He was great. Yeah, elemental weaknesses are great. The only problem is with some enemies, specifically various Lizalfos types, it can be really hard to tell like what element they are. Like especially because like you know, there's no ice moblins, there's no ice bokoblins, there's no ice Lionels. You know, the whole elemental typing thing only really applies to like Wizrobes and Lizalfos. Um, and like gonna I'm gonna see if I can get to the if I can do power before ending the stream. If I it's almost midnight. Stream ends here, then like I'll see what happens first. If I can, I'll see if I can. All of the things are going. Damn it! Where was the checkpoint? This game's actually really. I was about to say curious, whatever that's supposed to mean. Generous. This game's okay. The checkpoint's here. Game's pretty generous with the checkpoints. Like surprisingly so. Man, I'm so glad that like all the shrines and towers and stuff count as fast travel points. Because let me tell you, like I mentioned in the last stream, I was playing Minish Cap recently. I think I mentioned that earlier in this stream as well. But I was playing Minish Cap recently. And like that game was awful with the fast travel points. Because there were only like 7 or 8 and many of them weren't even really convenient spots. Don't quote me on this, but I think that the laser might travel faster in master mode. That's just speculation on my part because I swear I remember it being slower in the normal mode. So for a long time in master mode, it took me it was a lot harder to learn the timing for the laser. Eventually I was able to get good enough at it, but it still took for and like was it always that delayed? Seriously, I'm not kidding when I tell you, like, for those of you who might not have played Tears of the Kingdom yet, maybe you haven't played it specifically because of the Guardians. Which is fair. I have a friend who refused to play it because of the Guardians in this game. Guardians are not in that game, and believe me when I tell you, you don't miss them. I know I fucking didn't. As long as I could stay out of their line of sight enough to... As long as I could stay out of their line of sight enough to not get hit by the laser on the way up, I should... I don't want that one to... Running out of stamina actually saved me there. No, damn it. I love how he waits until he's out of combat to get tired. Wow. Hitboxes, son. Okay. It's a good thing these are automatons. Imagine if they were actually intelligent. They'd probably just keep the laser trained on you until you were within sight again. Of course, for all they know, you would have found like some kind of weird back entrance, even though they should know there isn't one, and then just be time keeping their aim trained on where they last saw you. So, but I did it. It's funny. I was really scared to do this one, and then I managed to do it right before end of stream. All right. Okay, so let's see. In 4 hours, we did 2 towers and 8 shrines. Really feels like nothing at all when you break it down like that, huh? That's just how this game is, though, honestly. You know, like, some games are just like that. This is a game where I pretty regularly, actually. Like, for a long time, this was one of my comfort games, you know? This was one of the games that I would play when I just wanted to not think about anything. Or even when I wanted to think about everything. And just kind of, you know, turn the outside world off for a little bit. There have been times I would play this game for, you know, 4, 5, 6 hours at a time. Not even doing anything. Just running around and turn it off completely satisfied. You know, it's just like that's just the type of game this is. And I love it. But I know this one was particularly rough around the edges, but I really hope you enjoyed it. And I really, it may not sound like it at times, but I really did enjoy streaming this tonight. For anybody who tuned in live, thank you for tuning in. For anybody who watches the VOD later, thanks for watching. Hope you have a fantastic rest of whatever time it is for you. Whatever part of the day it is for you. And I might be back later this week with a smaller stream, like a smaller, earlier stream. Maybe some Yu-Gi-Oh! Or some Spirit City or something. Just something light, something chill. And, yeah. Hope to catch you next time. Take care.